And we took an oath for this country for every person that walked in America. And when I was in uniform, I was proud to wear that uniform, knowing that I was representing the United States. When I was over in Europe and other places in Germany and Korea, we knew we took an oath to represent America. Now, if you go over to the other countries right now, I guarantee you, they're looking at us laughing, okay? But you guys keep your heads up high, and remember, this is the United States of America. Hurrah!
Hey y'all, my name is Yessie. I'm one of the organizers and I'm so glad y'all are here. Alright y'all, the next person here is Senator Molly Cook. She is such an amazing person. Okay, I believe in her. She also my senator. So make some noise for my senator, y'all. Y'all.
Good morning, y'all. I want to know who's in the crowd today. Is anybody here from Houston? Is anybody here from the suburbs of Houston? Did anybody travel today for an hour to be here? Fuck yes. The entire region is here today, y'all, and we are united. We are united around a couple of concepts. Cheer if you agree with me. We are united around our shared humanity. We are united because we don't think the Constitution dissolves just because you cross a border. We are united because there are no kings in Houston. And we are united because we don't want ICE in Houston either. I want to read y'all a couple of signs. Give me a cheer if you agree with them. Veterans against Trump. Liberty and justice for all. No kings, no fascism, no Nazis. I see one that says, fuck fascism. I want to tell y'all what's happening on the state level. Because the federal level makes headlines, the local level is close to you, but the state, it sneaks by you. Y'all, there were bills this year to destroy the judiciary, to get rid of the three branches. And our system ain't perfect, but we need that to keep us safe and to move forward. When we stood strong and stopped the passage of repealing the Texas Dream Act, Attorney General Kim Paxton had to get with the president and do fancy footwork to take that away from the people of Texas, y'all. Every single time we make progress, they move the goalpost. They redo the committees. They redraw the lines. But you should take that as a cue to push harder. They can't win by being fair, y'all. They have to change the rules every time, so keep pushing. This moment demands two things of us. It demands courage. Because the reality is, if you want change, you take on damage. You link arms with your brothers and your sisters and your siblings, whether they are immigrants, whether they are trans, whether they are poor. You link arms and you push forward. The second thing this calls from us is discipline. We move together as a team. None of us are kings either. So every move you make, you put your neighbors in front of you, you put yourself between ICE and your neighbors. You trust the affected community members who have been at the forefront of this movement. And you lead with courage and with discipline. We are here to fight for you, but this cannot change just from the inside. So chant with me right now. No kings in Houston! No ICE in Houston! No kings in Houston! No ICE in Houston! No kings in Houston!
everybody, this next lady is no stranger to Houston. She served on city council, she's now a state rep, and she's a union girl. Let's hear it for Jolanda Jones.
Good morning! Let me tell you something. We are not an oligarchy. We are not a monarchy. We do not have kings in these United States of America. This country was founded on immigration. And if you don't think that we better take it to the polls to take this country back, you are wrong. If you think it can't get worse, it can. I am a state representative. My name is Jolanda Jones. I represent House District 147. For those of you who don't know, you in House District 147. Let me say something. I'm going to tell you how this man who is a king in his mind is acting with the state. We had the votes to kill vouchers. He literally had a phone call with the Republican caucus the morning of the voucher vote. We had Republicans who were with us because they know vouchers are bad. He said, you better vote right, because if you don't, I'm endorsing against you. If you vote right, I'm endorsing for you. And if you don't vote right, I'm going to put millions of dollars against you. Let me be clear. He came in, we passed all this anti-immigrant legislation because Trump wanted it, because he wants you distracted. I'm the first black openly LGBT person in the Texas legislature. And if you don't believe he worries more about what he thinks we do in bed than he probably getting at home, he does, which is why every bill almost has an anti-LGBTQ component talking about biological sex. He is dangerous. We've got to vote. Lawsuits are not going to stop Donald Trump. Donald Trump is the one who created filing lawsuits against everybody for everything. You know who stops Donald Trump is Congress. Because Congress can vote against his shit. Congress can investigate him, and Congress can impeach him. So if you don't think paying attention to that is not important, at a minimum, you better vote for Congress. And I want to present something, because we're only supposed to be up here for 3 minutes, and I will not overextend my time, because I'm a trial lawyer. When a judge tells you got a certain time, that's what you better do. This is a certificate from the House of Representatives in the state of Texas. It is a certificate of recognition. Can I get some of the organizers here, please? To all whom these present shall come. This certificate is presented to the organizers of the No King mass protest. On behalf of the constituents of Texas House District 147, State Representative Jolanda Jones, which is me, proudly recognizes the organizers of the No Kings mass protest for their courageous stand for democracy and justice. Held in the heart of House District 147 on June 14, 2025, this day of protest boldly rejects authoritarianism and corruption. In a time when Donald Trump acts like a king, threatening democratic institutions and interfering even in state legislation, it takes bravery to speak truth to power. Thank you for mobilizing voices and building a movement that defends our rights and reclaims our future. Thank you. I need to present this to you. Y por fin, repita después de mí. For those of you who don't speak Spanish, oh well, too bad. Go learn another language. Repita después de mí. No reyes, no reyes, no reyes, no reyes. Muchísimas gracias. My name is Jolanda Jones. I love you. I'm here to support you. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Come on, Michelle.
You got it. Go ahead and finish that.
Good morning, Houston. Are there any teachers in the audience? My name is Michelle Williams, and I'm running for state representative in House District 127. I am a teacher. a single mother, a grandmother, and a fierce advocate for public education. You know, when I think about what courage means or looks like, I think of a time when I had to make a choice. It wasn't in a quiet moment. It was in the heat of fear and retaliation. I spoke out against some decisions that were being made that I knew would hurt our schools and our students. And in return, I faced threats, loss of my teaching contract, and reassignment to a bus barn. But they thought I would back down. They thought I would shrink. But instead, I chose to stand taller. I showed up at the next board meeting because my students and their futures was worth every word I spoke and every risk I took. But guess what? I wasn't alone in that room that day. I was there for every teacher who felt silenced. I was there for every parent that was fighting for their child's education, and for every student that needed someone to believe in them. Because it wasn't just my story that was on the line, it was our story. And when the Texas Education Agency finally ruled that what happened to me was wrong, it wasn't just a moment of vindication. It was proof that when we fight together, when we refuse to flinch in the face of injustice, this is who we are. We fight what's hard. We stand together. And when those in power fail our kids and our communities, we band together and build something better. And if we do that, if we believe in one another, there is no limit, trust me, to what we can do together. Thank you.
All right, everybody. Our next speaker is Jing Woo.
Thank you, everybody. My name is Jing Woo. I'm a state rep out of Southwest Houston. I'm not here as a politician. I don't want to be here as a politician. I want to be here as an American. I want to be here as a Texan. And I want to tell you why I'm here and why I'm happy you're here. It's not just about the ICE raids. It's not just about the loss of due process. Why I'm glad to see all of you, why I'm pissed off, is because for the last half century, our government has spent its time stripping away everything that helps make us great, strip away all the things that puts us back in the middle class, all the things that keeps the American dream alive, thing after thing, education, healthcare, infrastructure, everything's been stripped away piece by piece. And we've given it up to the billionaires, we've given it up to the money class, we've given it up to the big donors and the corporations. And all of us are here because we're looking around each other and saying, why do I work so hard but suffer so much? And the reason why that's important is because then we look for somebody to blame. And whether it's immigrants or trans kids or Muslims or any other group that is having their neck stepped on by Donald Trump and Republicans. It doesn't matter what we need to fight, is fight against all of that. Fight against this idea that Americans are just here to work and grind themselves to death so you can make money. I want to rebuild the American dream. I want us to fight for what made us great. I want to fight for us to be the beacon on the hill again. I want to fight for us to be proud to go out into the world and say, we're Americans. I want us to be the best again. And we can be the best when we come together. when we stand up for everything that we knew to be true when we grew up, when they taught us that America is the heart of democracy around the world, we should live up to that. When they say America is the ultimate fighter for freedom around the world, we should live up to that. When they say America is the example of how people live together and be tolerant and loving and welcome one another, and that's how they became great. Let's live up to that. I'm tired of America being known for mass shootings, mass debt, mass deportations. I want us to go back to what the world knew America as. We are the machine that destroys kings. Let's go live for that.
Vote them out! Vote them out! Vote them out! Vote them out! All right, y'all. This is our next person. We're going to actually have a safety speech.
Howdy, everybody! So for those that are new, I am Uncle Eagle. I'm here to keep everybody safe. I hope everybody is trying to keep everybody safe because everybody looks after. Everybody looks after. There we go. I need anybody who's in the area of the medic tents to get out of the medic tents. I know you want to hear. I know you want to see. I know this is important, but it is not more important than the medics, correct? There we go. I noticed that the crowd is pushing in. Just so you know, the park across the street, if you need air, go over there. You can still hear, you can still see, because everybody takes care of... Damn right. Thanks, Houston.
All right, let me introduce Joe from HRC.
Hello, Houston, and happy Pride. My name is Joe Mendoza. I've been part of the human rights campaign work in Houston for 7 years, spending the last 5 years focused on bringing communities together and pushing for political action that makes a real difference. On behalf of HRC, we want the city of Houston to know that it is not only our privilege to be with you in this peaceful protest as members of this community, but also our duty as Americans to demand equality, equity, liberty, and justice for all. I'm also here in my personal capacity as a fellow Houstonian, as a proud bisexual, as a proud father of an awesome daughter, and as a proud descendant of Mexican Americans living on this indigenous land, whose family ties back to this region 100 years and to this state 150 years. As someone that sees history repeating itself and understands the importance of this moment. In 2006, I led a walkout my senior year of high school in protest of racist immigration policies that passed a Republican-controlled House under President Bush. We marched 3 miles on a rainy day to this very spot to join countless other Houstonians in protesting unjust policies and racist legislators trying to legalize their bigotry. That bill failed in the U.S. Senate, but we know the work to safeguard our institutions is never ending. And almost 20 years later, here we are again, fighting the same bigotry disguised as patriotism. This time, rage baiting and racism has found a new home in the swamp that has become the Republican Party. A party now rooted in MAGA hate and white supremacy and white nationalism, waving the American flag in blind subservience to fascism. The American flag that has always strived to represent freedom, unity, and the values of our nation when the founding fathers sent the Declaration of Independence to the last madman who tried to call himself king. We grew up reciting the Pledge of Allegiance to that flag, which promised liberty and justice for all, and taught us that America is not only indivisible, but a republic. A constitutional republic where sovereignty rests with the people. A representative democracy where power belongs to the people in their consent to be governed, and not one person or wannabe king. It's said that the American flag should be turned upside down in times of dire distress. Now is that time. Over the time this dotard has been in power, the Klansmen pulling the strings have continuously assaulted the foundations of our republic with their blitzkrieg against the Constitution and Bill of Rights to try and create cracks in that foundation. Through history, we know that any cracks in that foundation from their assaults are only the first step in their attempt to crumble the institutions of our democracy and establish authoritarianism. We know that attacks against the LGBTQ community will not stay isolated to just us queer folk. We know that attacks against the black and brown communities will not stay isolated to just us people of color. We know that when they come for one of us, they inevitably come for all of us who are not part of the ruling class. Now is the time for all of us, regardless of citizenship status, gender identity, sexual orientation, race, ethnicity, or religion, to speak out, show up, run for office, and protect your neighbor, for there is no one left to speak out. If you ever wondered what kind of person you would have been in the 1930s during the rise of fascism and establishment of authoritarianism, now is that time. If you identified as a Reagan-era or Bush-era Republican or Libertarian, waving "Don't Tread on Me" flags, promising to stand up against government overreach, now is that time. If you took an oath to protect and serve your community, to defend the Constitution and stand with the people, now is that time. If you ever saw injustice and oppression in the world and wondered what you would do if tyranny ever tried to break down our doors, now is that time. If you ever looked at our elected officials who are absent or passive in their resistance and wanted to hold them accountable by running for office, now is that time. Now is the time to make it loud and clear to Trump, Abbott, Dan Patrick, and Democrats in name only that in these United States of America, in the Republic of Texas, and in the city of Houston, we have no king, we need no king.
Okay, y'all, let's give it up for Lisha Lloyd with Common Defense. Good morning, y'all. How we doing out here, Houston? My name is Lisha Lloyd. I'm a proud Army veteran. I'm a Harris County resident. I'm a native Texan. And I am one of the national deputy directors of Common Defense, the largest member-led grassroots veterans organization in the country. I enlisted, y'all, at 17, okay? Right out of high school. And I just happened to have graduated from my advanced Army training 23 years ago today on the Army's birthday. I wore that uniform with pride. But let me be clear, I didn't serve a man. I served the Constitution of these United States. And that oath never went away just because I took off the uniform. It didn't expire. And that's what brings us here today. At Common Defense, we say no kings. Not as a hashtag, not as a sound bite, but as a truth. A truth about who we are and what we represent. This country was founded on rejecting monarchy and on standing up to unchecked power. And as veterans and military family members, we carry that tradition forward. Because it doesn't matter what party you come from. If you try to rule instead of serve, you will be met with resistance. And let me say this with my whole chest, okay? Our resistance is rooted in nonviolence. Not because we're passive, but because we're principled and disciplined. Not because we're weak, but because we've seen what violence costs. But we refuse to pass that pain onto our neighbors. We don't escalate. We organize. We don't dominate. We educate. We don't seek vengeance. We demand accountability. We've seen that. We've seen now this past week what happens when that power goes unchecked. We got Marines and National Guardsmen against peaceful protesters. Troops paraded through the streets like props for a president's birthday party. And meanwhile, our barracks and family housing is contaminated with black mold. Our veterans are waiting to get good care that they served and was guaranteed that would be there for them when they got out. Our families can't even afford groceries. That's not patriotism, that's exploitation. Today isn't about pageantry. It's about power, people power. Because the kind of respect we're fighting for doesn't come from a flyover or a parade. It comes from action, from housing our people, feeding our troops, and honoring service with justice, not vanity. I'm gonna get real personal with y'all right quick. I remember when I was a young soldier, standing in a checkout line at the commissary. And behind me was a young soldier and his wife. And I see them reach into the wallet and pull out food stamps, seeing if they had enough WIC to be able to get formula for their brand new baby, having to decide whether or not to get how many Pampers to get because they didn't have enough money to do it. I looked at the cashier register, I said, how much are they short? I got it. That image is still burned in my mind to this day. How are we spending millions on tanks in the streets while folks standing guard can't feed their babies at home? So if you take one thing with you from this rally today, let it be this. Veterans and military families have always been on the front lines of justice. From Little Rock to Standing Rock, from Kent State to Kabul, we know the cost of war. We know the cost of silence. And we refuse to be silent or be silenced. So let's make it plain here in the heart of Texas, in Houston. We don't serve kings. We serve the people, and we're not going anywhere. Thank you. No kings, just us.
All right, let's give it up for Lakeisha. I'm going to bring to the mic someone who has always fought for our democracy here in Houston and in Washington. He's no stranger. I'm going to introduce to you Congressman Al Green.
Thank you, Jackie. If I may just start with this, friends. There were people who spent a lot of time to bring this event to fruition. They were awake at night. They took a lot of risk, but they're proud to do what they've done. And I think we should be proud to acknowledge what they have done. Would you give the organizers a big expression of love, please? The big expression of love for the organizers. By way of further introduction, I'm the Al Green who stood up at the joint session of Congress I'm the Al Green who told President Trump to his face that he has no mandate to cut Medicaid. Medicaid is health care for the American people. I'm that Al Green. I'm the Al Green who believes that a president who says that judges ought to be impeached because he doesn't like the judgments that they've rendered. I'm the Al Green who believes that that president ought to be impeached. That's the Al Green that I am. I'm the Al Green who believes that when you take a Mr. Abigail Garcia out of this country, deny him his right to due process, lock him up in some prison in some distant place, and don't want to return him. I'm the Al Green who says that you're violating the Constitution and you ought to be impeached. I'm that Al Green. But I want you to know this. We are not a country that will tolerate persons appearing on the street and taking women into custody and pulling the mask down over their faces. In this country, the police wear no mask. Demask the police in the country. This is the United States of America. And I want you to know, I'm going back to Congress with one thing in mind. I want you to know that when the courts can't stop him, and when Congress won't stop him, then there is going to be at least one member of Congress who is going to bring articles of impeachment against him. I'm pledging to you right here, right now, that when I go back to Congress, there will be a vote to impeach Donald John Trump. Donald John Trump. There will be a vote to impeach a 34-time convicted felon, a 2-time impeachment president. There will be a vote to impeach him because he is unfit to be president. God bless you. God bless the United States of America. Thank you. God bless you.
Impeach. Thank you. And now we're going to bring up the Executive Director of the AFL-CIO, Hannie Khalil.
Thank you, Jackie. Good morning, everyone. So my name is Hannie Khalil. I'm Executive Director of the Gulf Coast AFL-CIO. That's the federation of 75 unions and 60,000 union members fighting for working people right here in Houston and across the Gulf Coast. Let me start by thanking our brothers and sisters from the Theater and Stagehands Union Local 51 for handling our AV today. And let me also say this. I've been to a lot of demonstrations. I've been to a lot of marches and rallies here at City Hall. This is by far the biggest rally at City Hall I have ever been to. Give yourselves a hand. So y'all should know that Texas unions do not put up with would-be kings. We fight for the Texas that all of us deserve. And we do not bow down before bullies or billionaires who want to stop us from getting there. Every day, unionized workers fight for fairness and due process in the workplace. So when more and more of our members, our co-workers, our family members are met with workplace raids by ICE and communities are being cruelly torn apart, immigration is a union issue. I don't know if you heard, but a week ago in Los Angeles, our union brother, David Huerta, president of California SEIU, was thrown in jail just for standing with immigrant workers and for peacefully observing an ICE raid. But in this country, we don't allow our co-workers and our neighbors and our family members to be torn away by people wearing masks, do we? Fact is, immigrant workers are essential to Houston. Imagine how this city would function if the workers who work in the hospitality industry, in the janitorial industry, and the construction industry were just deported. We wouldn't have a Houston. And what about the federal employees that Elon Musk has been sacking left and right? Doge. Also without due process and trying to strip away their collective bargaining rights. What happens, folks? What happens when the next hurricane hits Houston? And it will. What happens if FEMA employees and those immigrant workers that this city relies on aren't here? Who's going to rebuild our city? We can't allow Trump to do what he's doing. And so that is why today I want everyone to be clear about where the labor movement is. We are calling for the release of all unjustly detainees and an end to these lawless raids. We want all these immigration proceedings to uphold the principles of due process that we fight for every day. and that all detainees are guaranteed their rights under the Constitution. And we want Texans' right to peacefully assemble and protest to be respected. Do we not? Now Donald Trump and Greg Abbott, they want to silence us. They want to intimidate us. They keep talking about invasions and insurrections and sending in armed troops. Has Houston been invaded, folks? No, this is Houston. This is Houston. And so we will do what unions have always done. We will put solidarity into practice. We will speak out boldly and peacefully and fight against injustice. And with all of you, we will remind the billionaire class, there are no kings in our United States. No kings in our United States. And whatever comes today and in the weeks and months ahead, I want you all to remember this. You cannot detain a movement. You cannot deport solidarity. You cannot detain a movement. You cannot deport solidarity. Thank you.
Thank you, Hannie.
Friends, allow me to have your attention for a moment. This is exceedingly important. I'm asking everybody to crowd around. Hold somebody's hand if you would. Take someone's hand. We have had an event to occur today in the state of Minnesota. 2 lawmakers were murdered. They were murdered. And the person that did it was imposing what they thought was credentials as a police officer, dressed or disguised in some way as a peace officer. And this is something that in this country we cannot tolerate. So in the spirit of love of country and for the people who have lost their lives, let us hold hands for a moment of silent meditation. Thank you. And as we move forward, let's remember this. In this country, we resolve our differences with peace, with peace, with peaceful protest, with peaceful protest, peaceful protest. Remember this. If we try any other means, we will be denounced as violent persons who have no place in civilized society. So as you move forward today, let's make sure that when the press reports what happened here today, they will say they came in peace, they behaved in a peaceful manner, and they left in peace. And no one was arrested. Thank you. God bless you. God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman. We live in a world where right is wrong and wrong is rewarded, where truth is silenced and lies are amplified, where up is down and down is dressed up as progress. People will believe a lie because it's easier, more comfortable, and more profitable than accepting the truth. We've seen it not just in politics, but in our schools and communities, and even in some of our relationships. Integrity is now considered naive. Compassion is called weakness. And those who speak out are told to sit down and be quiet. But let me be clear. Silence in the face of injustice is not neutrality. It is complicity. We cannot afford to be complicit, not now. There is too much at stake. There comes a time where we must decide who we are and what we stand for. Will we follow the crowd even if it goes blindly off of a cliff? Or will
President who literally has
even if our voices shake?
is the law.
Because truth is real.
But he is the law.
It doesn't
This
need
is
to
the
be
president
loud
who
to
is
be
an
powerful.
authoritarian
It just needs
and
to be
who has
spoken.
devolved our country into
And even
authoritarianism. We cannot
And
tolerate
even
it.
enough
He
of
must
us,
be
if enough stand
removed
of us,
from office,
stand
not
up
by
to
use
speak
of physical
the
force,
lies.
but by use of what the
Medic.
Constitution permits. In this country, we have a
We need a medic
Constitution
in the
that
front of the
allows
stage.
us to remove an unfit president. He is unfit, and I'm going to bring articles of impeachment against him
All right.
this month. We will vote in the Congress of the United States.
It just needs to be
impeach
spoken.
Or not to impeach the
Even when
president.
enough of us stand up and
I
speak
believe
it,
he
the
should be
lies will
removed from
begin to
office.
crumble. We are free, we don't bow. We are free.
The message is,
We will not
you are
bow.
not alone. This president has
We're
made
not
every
put here to
person
blend
who
in.
looks like you're
We're put here
Latino
to be bold.
suspect.
To be
The
bold
Latino
in the light
community
of
in this
darkness
country is a
and
part
to
of
remind the
fiber and
world that
fabric
truth
that
still
makes America
matters.
the great country it is.
Justice still
And the
matters.
people who have come here,
Democracy
regardless
still
of how they
matters.
come, that
And
have
doing
been here,
what is
that have
right,
been law-abiding, that
even
have been
if it
working and
costs
paying
us,
taxes,
is still worth
they
it.
ought to be respected. You're not going to just round
The
people
young
up
man
and then take
that
them
I'm about
out
to
of the country
introduce
without
is
allowing
the
them to have
Secretary
due
Treasurer
process.
of the AFT,
And only those who are guilty
serving
of something
1.8
ought to
million
be
members,
rounded up.
including
Not
pre-K
just
through
everybody.
12th grade
Children
teachers,
shouldn't be taken out of the
paraprofessionals,
country.
and other
You ought not have
school-related
sick people being
personnel.
thrown out of the country.
Higher education,
Listen, the United
faculty, and
States of
professional
America, we got the
staff,
Statue of
federal,
Liberty.
state, and
We
local
say,
government
bring your
employees,
tired, your
and
poor.
nurses and
Bring
other
us those
healthcare
masses, yours to be
professionals.
free. If it's to be
He
real,
is the
we've
immediate
got to
past
have respect
president
for the law.
of the
This president does not
140,000
respect
member
the law.
Florida
He does not
Education
respect the
Association.
Latino community.
He
And for
served
this,
on the
he's
AFT
going to be
Executive
impeached.
Council as the
What's your
AFT
message?
Vice President of 6 years.
people who work in hotels
Before being elected
Well, I'm
as
glad
the
you
AFT
brought this up.
Secretary
The
Treasurer,
president now wants to
since
make an
becoming
exception
Secretary
for farm
Treasurer
workers.
of the AFT
Well,
in
he created the
2010.
crisis. He's notorious for creating a crisis and then saying, "Oh, let's solve this crisis," so that he can somehow think that he has done something great for the American people. No, if you create the crisis, you have a duty to solve it. You have a duty to resolve it, and we expect you to resolve it. And when you don't resolve it, then you ought to expect us to do what we're going to do, and that is bring articles of impeachment against you. You are an authoritarian president. You do not deserve to hold the office you hold. This is a country of the people, by the people, for the people, not of the billionaires, by the billionaires, for the billionaires. You and the billionaire class. You and Elon Musk, whom you had a slight breakup with, both of you have to go. He's already out. You're going to go, and so is the vice president. Both of you should be impeached. We're going to bring articles against both of you.
What's your message to the thousands?
He would go on to become a music teacher and a band director.
Thank you for
in
being
Miami
here.
Dade Public Schools
The
for 10
presence
years.
of this
He is also an accomplished musician in his own right and has performed throughout the state and nationally as a saxophone soloist. I have so much more I can say, but time just won't permit. So
I would say
will
thousands upon
present to
thousands.
you
But they
my
are
friend and
also
brother,
doing this in
Fred
tandem
Seymour,
with
Secretary
thousands upon
Treasurer of
thousands
the
on the
AFT.
East Coast, thousands upon thousands on the West Coast. In summary, we probably have millions of people out today, and to them I say, this is what we must do. When the courts can't stop the president, when the Republicans won't stop the president, then we, the people, have to stop this ruthless, reckless, authoritarian president. If the courts can't do it and the Republicans won't do it, we the people will. God bless you.
When our rights are under attack, what do we do? Houston, are you in the house? People who care about freedom. People who care about justice. People who care about this country. People who love our public schools. People who love our students and our children. People who care about immigrant rights. People who don't care who you love. People who will stand up to Donald Trump in Washington, D.C. important? Why is this important to the nation? Why is this important to the world? 5 days. In 5 days, we celebrate something called Juneteenth. 5 days. Just a little over 30 miles from here. Way back in 1865, some people were free right here on this very land in Texas. And today, we're coming back again to say we are free people in the United States of America. Listen, Martin Luther King Jr. talks about the beloved community, and I have to think that he would only imagine this sea of people, people from all races, people from all colors, people from all zip codes standing together for one country, for one thing, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. That's who we are. I want to thank you all for coming out. But I also want to challenge you, because this is the first step to a journey. We need to continue to speak out and make sure that our voices are heard all over this country. People are standing with you. Yes, you see all of the cameras, you see the helicopters, you see everything. They're showing you, Houston, they're showing you, that means that they're showing courage. That means that they're showing honor. That means that they're showing heart. And so as we march today, we want to let you know from the American Federation of Teachers, the ALT, 1.8 million teachers and healthcare workers and public schools workers who give their lifeblood and soul to our young generation, that we must continue to do this. We must get this right. Elections have consequences. Elections have consequences. Elections have consequences. We've had bad laws before. We've even had bad politicians. Maybe not as bad as this one, but we can change this. We can change this. Can we change this, Houston? Yeah! Can we change this, Houston? Yeah! Get ready to tell Donald Trump, if you go after our jobs, we will certainly go after yours. Thank you all very much for allowing me on behalf of our 1.8 million teachers. I want to thank Jackie Anderson. Let's give her a big round of applause. I want to thank Texas AFT's up Capo and all of the teachers and cafeteria workers and paraprofessionals and secretaries and all of the folks in our schools. We know that Houston has been ground zero for everything that's wrong. You cannot take over a school system and then underfund the students. You cannot dismiss teachers for no cause. You cannot underfund them in our classroom. You must support the people who support our children. Thank you all so much.
Simmons from the 146th District of Texas.
Hey y'all, what's up? I'm Lauren Ashley Simmons. I am the state representative for House District 146, but before that, and still am, I'm a union organizer, and I always will. So real quick before I get started, because I love a chant, when I say people, you say power. People! You say power. People, power. Thank you. This is what America looks like right here. This is what democracy looks like. And let me tell you, I'm a member of the greatest sorority ever, Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, and my soror, Barbara Jordan, the late great Barbara Jordan. She said a lot of profound things, but one thing that she did say is, my faith in the Constitution is whole. And even though it wasn't written with her in mind, it wasn't written with me in mind, it wasn't written with you in mind, it's worth protecting. This is our city, this is our state, and this is our country. And it is worth fighting for. When they come for one, they come for all. When they come for the black community, when they come for the brown community, when they come for the LGBT community, when they come for our history, when they try to erase us, that's not a show of power, it's a show of fear. So what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? We're gonna stand up and do what? Fight back. When our powerful on the Underground Railroad when my people were trying to escape for freedom? You wouldn't have, because you're doing it right now. I don't care what they say. I don't care what they try to write about us. It matters that we are out here today. This is our state. This is our city. This is our country. And we're going to fight for it every single day. I love y'all so much. And I appreciate y'all so much. Because our communities are counting on us. And this is the moment. There are so many historical parallels right now. And we have to be loud. We have to be loud. The governor sent the National Guard out here because they were afraid of our voices. Actually, made you feel pretty damn good. I feel good right now. I've never felt more empowered. And there have been many times I've been heartbroken and disappointed in the state. I just came off a brutal, me and my colleagues just came off a brutal 140-day legislative session. But you know what got us through? Representative Morales, what got us through? It was y'all. It was the people. It was y'all's power. Because y'all sent us up there to do a job, and we gonna do it. One more time before I leave here. When I say people, you say power. People! Power! People! Power! All right, I love y'all. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you so much. We're doing well. It's getting hot, and we still have to do the march. I'm going to bring up someone who's always in the fight with us. Whenever I called, he was there. He might be running late, but he shows up. He's the president of the Houston branch of the NAACP, Bishop James Dixon.
Let's give it up for Jack Anderson one more time. Let's give it up for all our labor leaders one more time. To all of our bold, brave elected officials, let's give it up for all of them one more time. And let's give it up for all our community and faith leaders out here. Let's give it up one more time. Again, my name is Bishop James Dixon. I'm humbled to serve as the president of the Houston NAACP. I'm humbled to be a pastor in this community. More than that, I'm humbled to be your brother. Because I believe in a principle. I call it one family, one future. And I believe that at this time in America, the voices that we are raising today need to be heard. The demonstration that we are modeling today needs to be seen. That we understand at the end of the day, we're one human family. You may be black, white, brown, or Asian, but we're one human family. And I know a lot has been said today, and I want not to repeat those things, but I do want us to leave this place today in this march and going forward, spreading this message that we're one human family no matter where you're from, no matter what language you speak, no matter what religion you practice, and no matter your political affiliation. God made all of us, and we're all God's children. We are brothers and sisters. We are one human family. Unfortunately, there are those who are misguided, who are trying to deceive us with misinformation, to pit people against people, fueling man's inhumanity to man. We see evil, we see hatred, we see violence, we see murders, we see people acting animalistic towards other human beings because they are misguided, deceived, and dysfunctional. But we're not going to allow those lies to divide us, to separate us, or to silence us, because together we stand and divided we fall.
is a love movement. And in this nation, we have sacred documents. One says, we the people. Come on, say, we the people. The whole notion of one man being made a king goes against that fundamental principle, the principle of democracy. We know that the Constitution tells us, our Declaration tells us, that we are all made of one God with certain inalienable rights, and we refuse to surrender. We refuse to bow down. We refuse. We reject any notion of any man who thinks he can be king over us. Let me close with this. As we march today, let's chant our faith, let's chant our citizens, and let's chant that we are a righteous force for justice, and this is what America looks like. This is what justice looks like. The word is this: we're loving our neighbors as ourselves. Blacks are neighbors, whites are neighbors, Hispanics are neighbors, Asians are neighbors, gays are neighbors, straights are neighbors, LGBTIA are neighbors. We are neighbors, and we fight, and we stand, and when we fight, we win.
All right, y'all, you know what time it is? We are starting our march, but before we go, everybody protects. I can't hear you. Everybody protects. All right, y'all, so we have two different ways. If you look to your back, behind you, the reflecting pool, and then towards the library side, please walk carefully. Take drinks of water. We do have porta potties on the library side over here. That is McKinney Street. Please start making your way. And as you do, we will have one last speaker. But before I say that again, everybody protects. Oh, okay, one more second.
Okay, I just need to say really quick, if you are marching, stay safe, stay patient. We're heading towards the street. The march has already started. The march has already started. But it's long and it's calm because we're staying safe and we're staying patient. If you can hear me at the park, do not go anywhere. You're going to walk across this park to join the march. Stay safe, stay safe, stay patient, stay safe, stay. Go towards the street, go for the march, stay safe, stay patient.
All right, here is John from Food Not Bombs.
How we doing out there? Are y'all energized right now? Are y'all ready to march? Comrades, let me speak plainly. This system isn't broken. It's working exactly as it's intended. From mass deportations tearing families apart, to bombs flattening Gaza, to cops arresting people for feeding the hungry. This is all by design. A design drawn in blood and paid for by profits. They deported us under the Democrats. They deported us under the Republicans. Obama built the cages. Trump filled them. Why? Because deportation isn't about borders. It's about business. Private prisons get richer. Corporations get cheap labor. Politicians get fatter donations. They don't care about security or law and order. They care about supply chains, stock prices, and silencing dissent. And right now, while we stand here, the U.S. government, both parties, are writing a check for genocide. Trump, yeah, that's worth the move. Trump bragged about moving the embassy
Biden whispered ceasefire while sending more bombs. It doesn't matter who's in charge, the money never stops flowing. Why? Because Israel is the U.S. military's testing ground. Every bomb dropped on Gaza is an advertisement for Raytheon. Every child killed is another warning to the global South. Resist, and this will be you. And here at home, they make it illegal to share food, illegal to house the homeless. It's a system built on cruelty. Why? Because under capitalism, misery is the product. If we feed each other, if we house each other, if we organize, we prove that we don't need them. And that terrifies them more than any protest ever could. Democrats cry about justice while increasing police budgets. Republicans scream freedom while banning protests. Don't be fooled. They answer to the same corporate overlords. Wall Street owns them. The war machine owns them. The prisons, the oil companies, the arms dealers, they all own them. And we're the ones paying the price with our lives, our labor, and our land. So what do? We fight. We organize. We build networks of survival outside of their system. We blockade. We occupy. We shut it down. We feed the hungry openly and defiantly. We expose their lies loudly and relentlessly. We make it impossible for them to ignore us. They want us divided. They want us hopeless. But we have the numbers. Look around you. We have the rage. And it's time to take this down. The system won't be voted out. It'll be dragged out, kicking and screaming. And now as y'all march, let's scream together. The people united will never be defeated. Thank you.
Y'all, when the city is under attack, what do? When the city is under attack, what do? Again, when the city of Houston is under attack, what do? Thank y'all so much. And right now we have a musician. His name is Dana, and he'll be doing some song to, a special homage to Donald Trump and the ketamine kid himself, Elon Musk. One more time. When the city of Houston is under attack, what do? When the city of Houston is under attack, what do? All right, stay safe, y'all.
I woke up feeling great. The birds are in the trees. They're singing me a melody. La 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 for the bullies. My head is on the straight. My heart is in peace. My soul is in the melody. Ready to change the story. To fight the system. To fight the system. We're gonna make it count. When one of us is tired out, the other one will hold it down.
My friends, I used to live in this city. I come all the way from Nashville, Tennessee to join you today. I'm proud to be here. Exercise. My first time in my life. I've got a little song here called Bend My Knee, and the chorus is, I won't bend my knee, I won't bend my knee, I won't bend my knee to the king. Maybe you could join me if you're feeling in good voice today. We'll sing that chorus a few times here. You want to try it out? I won't bend my knee, I won't bend my knee, I won't bend my knee to the king. We'll be king it is. You might call yourself a king, but I see your true worth. You surround yourself with shiny things, and the richest men on earth. Well, I was yours, proud and free, no man is above me. I won't bend my knee, I won't bend my knee, I won't bend my knee to the king. Well, I bend my knee to humanity, I bend my knee for love. I won't bend my knee to tyranny, I won't kiss the hand that shoves. I fought long enough to know the fight is never ending. I won't bend my knee, yeah, I won't bend my knee, I won't bend my knee to the king of fever dreams. The king himself can see it would have me on my knees, full of fear and flattery. Well, I'm never gonna see your praises. Whitewash history, you can laugh at your cruel jokes, lie and deny your villainy with your boot upon my throat. I lift my head, I raise my voice, no bully can defeat me. I won't bend my knee, oh, I won't bend my knee, I won't bend my knee to the ketamine kid and the would-be king, selling cars on the sacred lawn, with our stolen flag and the chainsaw scheme that could possibly go wrong. Someone must defy you, well, it might as well be me. I won't bend my knee, well, I won't bend my knee, I won't bend my knee, I won't bend my knee to the king. I bend my knee for humanity, I bend my knee for love. Be safe out there. All right, thank you. Hey, thank you. Hey, you guys. All right, I'm going to sing another song. If you can hear me out there as you're marching, you might sing along with this one. It's an old Woody Guthrie song. Thank you. Thank you. Old Woody Guthrie song. And he had that guitar that said, "This machine kills fascists." My father fought against fascism in World War II. I miss my dad, but I'm glad he can't see the shit that's going on now. So you know the words to this one, I'm sure. All right, so, like I said, you know the words to this one. This is the second national anthem, and a good one because it includes everybody. The Gulf Stream water. Oh, this land was made for you and me. I went walking over the highway. I saw Bergman in the skyway. I below the Golden Valley. Well, this land was made for you and me. This land is your land. This land is my land. From California to the New York Island, from the Redwood Forest to the Gulf Stream water, this land was made for you and me. I've leaned and rambled, follow my footsteps, with sparkling sand of the diamond desert, and all around me, the voice was sounding. This land was made for you and me. This land is your land. This land is my land. From California to the New York Island, from the Redwood Forest to the Gulf Stream waters, this land was made for you and me. While we were walking, I saw a sign there. On that sign it said, "No trespassing." But on the other side it didn't say nothing. That side was made for you and me. This land is your land. This land is my land. From California to the New York Island, from the Redwood Forest to the Gulf Stream waters, this land was made for you and me. Nobody living can ever stop me as I go walking that freedom highway. Nobody living can ever make me turn back. This land was made for you and me. This land is your land. This land is my land. From California to the New York Island, from the Redwood Forest to the Gulf Stream water, this land is made for you and me. This land is your land. This land is my land. California to the New York Island, from the redwood forest to the Gulf Stream water. This land was made for you and me. This land wasn't made for any king. This land was made for you and me. Whoa, woo, woo, woo. Power of the people.
Hey, Mike, how you been, man? Yes, good, man.
Good. Yeah, my name's Dana Cooper. Standing with y'all. Thank you for being here. Y'all amazing. Be safe today. Be good to each other. We'll see you. Thank you, thank you.
guys. He just left it here.
Okay.
It's fine.
So
I didn't get to see Glenn and Brandon.
sitting all day. I think I might.
Part of the chorus and the whole sound system.
Yeah, I'm afraid to play. I'm afraid to play that ever again. Seems like it might be cursed.
And then we went to watch Pat Benatar at the at Sugarland.
I'll be right back.
And they lost sound too.
We're watching.
saying born in the USA. It's fucking great.
A few years ago, before Pride got too expensive for California, I had a generator mounted on a trailer hitch. Speakers, we were playing Helen Reddy, Viscoski. I was marching with the national organization. So that was all maybe about 8 cents.
Yeah, when our sound permit ran out, they were like, you can stay here or you can go. We got 30 minutes. I was like, I don't mind going to jail over this.
I almost went to jail. I did a national organization, Women's March. And I got there at 4 a.m. I had to get up, move all my speakers up on the platform. Got all set up at 7:30 came and I said, you've got to know if this thing works. So I turned it on and turned it up at 7:30 in the morning. I didn't think about the fact that there was a condo right across the street. So I'm blowing earth, wind, and fire. I've only been on about 3 minutes
Hey, no kings, y'all. What have you bend your knee for? I bend my knee for love and humanity and the American way. There's a song here called I Won't Bend My Knee. Maybe you can join me on the chorus. It's pretty easy to go. I won't bend my knee. I won't bend my knee. What's that? I will bend my knee to the king. Can you sing that? You go, I won't bend my knee. I won't bend my knee. I will bend my knee to the king. Oh, you might call yourself a king, but I see your true worth. You surround yourself with shiny things and the richest men on earth. Well, I was raised proud and free. No man is above me. I won't bend my knee. I won't bend my knee. I won't bend my knee to the king. Well, I bend my knee for humanity. Yeah, I bend my knee for love. I won't bend my knee to tyranny. I won't kiss the hand that shoves. I fought long enough to know the fight is never ending. I won't bend my knee. No, I won't bend my knee. I won't bend my knee to the king of fever dreams, the king of self-conceit. Oh, you have me on my knees for the fear and flattery. Well, I'm never gonna sing your praises. Well, you can whitewash history. You can laugh at your cruel jokes, lie and deny your villainy with your boot upon my throat. Well, I lift my head, I raise my voice. Nobody can defeat me. I won't bend my knee. I won't bend my knee. I won't bend my knee to the ketamine kid and the would-be king, selling cars on the sacred line with our stolen flag and the chainsaw schemes. What could possibly go wrong? Well, if someone must be fired, well, it might as well be me. That's right, 'cause I won't bend my knee. Donald, I won't bend my knee. I won't bend my knee. I humanity. I bend my knee for love. All right. No kings. Thank you. I'm Dana Cooper. Appreciate you guys.
From the D1 bomb array, keep the plans on time of me. Banks get paid off pension trade. Circulate, dozy dope. How much cash could an OZ go to a low bed? And all their bills, my skin is black, my star is red. FBI coming round the outside. Which one of us finna die tonight? Is we finna fly to crumbs to buy? Or make a whole motherfucking world ignite? Everybody, throw them bows right upside your partner's nose. By now you got bloody clothes, crabs in the barrel, so the story goes. Think of all their savage acts, grab and scratch from average cats. Bureaucrats with strings attached, walk in place like the match. 2 by 2, promenade, from a B1 bomberade. Ain't but the plans on summer made. Banks get paid off pension trade. Circulate, dozy dope. How much cash could an OZ go to a lower bed? And all their beds, my skin is black, my star is red. Everybody, look down low, about the level of your toes. These dance moves we usually do are not the ones that we have chose. Grab onto that beaten ground, try your best to stay alive. We can run, we can't hide, might as well just stay in the fight. 2 by 2, bomberade, the 4B1 bomberade. Ain't but the plans on summer made. Banks get paid off pension trade. Circulate, dozy dope. How much cash could an OZ grow to a low bed? And all their beds, my skin is black, my score is red. mueve, al ritmo que le toquen. Ella baila de todo, nunca pierde su trote.
Minneapolis, there's 17,000 people here, and I'm not blown out of my seat yet. I said, hello, Houston! No, this can't be true. This can't possibly be true. The number I just got back, because I did that march with you, I just want you guys to know. Woo! So the number I just got back was 26 hours. Because this was an amazing march. It's going to be all over the news. Yada, yada, yada. What do we do? Because it's not like democracy isn't failing around us. Our goal is to do something. Do something and be someone. This is Houston. This is be someone. Houston strong. We will not allow ICE to come into our schools. We will not allow ICE to take our children, our friends, our families, our neighborhoods, our community. So what do? We organize. I want you to know that over here on the
1963 he marched. We're still marching.
I really appreciate everybody coming out. We are going to close it up. You know what your job is. Your job is to post. Your job is to stop buying things you don't need. Your job is to be a smart consumer. Your job is to say no to the oligarchy. We didn't need Walmart's money. We put this together. This was us. It's here. Be ready. Buy beef, buy rice, buy beans, buy pots, buy pans, buy utensils. Store them away. We need to feed our community. Our economy is not doing well. People will be out of work. People will be out of homes. Make sure you have guest beds ready. Make sure you have laundry clean. We will need help to house people, to feed people, to give them clean water. All the while we're doing this, we're saying no to the oligarchy. We're saying no to Donald Trump. We're saying no to Elon Musk. And we're saying we're taking back our society. The most important thing we all have to remember, it's something I say at every single freaking speech, no matter what. If you've ever done a protest with me, you know this. Everyone takes care of everyone. Let me hear that loud. Everyone takes care of everyone. Everyone takes care of everyone. And that's 4 things that build community, and that's really what we need. We don't need to focus on politics. We don't need to focus on bull crap. We need to build our community. We need to be strong for our community, and that takes trust, honesty, time, community. Hey, anybody who knows me, that is organized with me, will not tell you what I've said is wrong. Trust, honesty, time, community. Because we're Houston strong, everybody.
This is what democracy looks like! Show me what democracy looks like! This is what democracy looks like! Show me what democracy looks like! This is what democracy looks like! Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like.
Okay. We got one last person that's going to talk. Isaiah Martin. They're currently running for office. They're going to talk about all their things, and I'm going to come back, finish closing it out, and then we're going to get the hell out of here safely, calmly, maturely, because we're fucking adults, so do it right.
What's going on, Houston? What's up, Houston? My name is Isaiah Martin, and I am indeed running for the United States Congress. It is time to stand up to Donald Trump and They think that we won't stand up to him. They think that we won't walk up to Congress and get him in line. They think that the thousands of people in this city are just going to lay down as Trump tries to destroy everything we've got. Are we going to take that, Houston? No! We will not be intimidated. We will not be told that we can't be in the streets, because whether they like it or not, we have a right to be in these streets. And to all those that are out there, this is our opportunity. Because if Donald Trump and every Republican wants to be a king, then they can go off to England, because we have no kings in the United States.
Democracy is our right. We won't give up the fight. Ready? Democracy is our right. We won't give up the fight. Democracy is our right. We won't give up the fight. Democracy is our right. We won't give up the fight. People, look around you. These are your neighbors. These are your neighbors. Love them. That's what we're supposed to do. We're not supposed to hate. We're supposed to love. Let's do that. All right. Okay. Our next speaker is Jay Malone. After Donald Trump was elected, Jay Malone left his career as a university lecturer to help build the movement to take our country back. He has since managed political campaigns across the country and spent 5 years as the political director for the Gulf Coast AFL-CIO, where he ran one of the largest voter contact programs in Fort Bend County history. Please help me welcome Jay Malone.
All right, if you can hear my voice, clap once. You can hear my voice, clap twice. All right, one more time. If you can hear my voice, clap once. If you can hear my voice, clap twice. All right, I'm very excited to be here with y'all today. And I think that where we are right now, we need to talk about some history. So, my grandmother was born in Mingo County, West Virginia in 1918. She grew up right down the street from a little town called Mattawan. Has anybody ever heard of Mattawan, West Virginia? No. Okay, you're going to hear about it now. So Mattawan, West Virginia was a company town. Company town means miners got paid in scrip, they shopped at company stores, they lived in company housing. So when the miners got sick of that and they started to organize, the company started sending their goons into town to evict them, to throw them out of their houses, to take away their rights. Now, Mattawan was different than a lot of other towns, because across West Virginia, across Kentucky, across so many towns in America at that time, people were getting turned out. But Mattawan was different because they had a mayor named Cable Testerman. Cable Testerman, when the company goons came to town, he said that he was not going to let them in. He stood in the streets, and when they came, he stood in front of the families, and he made sure that they were safe. That's the kind of leadership that we need across this country. The kind of leadership that is willing to say, when you come for us, we're going to stand firm and we're not going to let you through. So, the reality of that fight, that led to the end of company towns. That led to the end of scrip. That led to the greatest period of prosperity in American history, where we built the Hoover Dam. We dredged the ship channel. We built incredible wealth, and we shared it. Working people built that. working people who believed in a future for their kids and for themselves. And they won that future. But that future right now is under threat from people like Elon Musk, people like Donald Trump, who don't believe in the future. They don't think that you deserve the chance to grow up in a country where you have what you need. They think that they need another rocket, they need another yacht, more than you deserve an education, more than you deserve health care, more than you deserve your basic constitutional rights. So what I believe is that every child in this country should have the opportunity for an education, should have the opportunity to eat every day. No child should ever go to bed hungry or worry about where their next meal is coming from. We live in the richest country in the history of the world. Why don't we have enough? Why does everyone insist on just getting by? Why do we allow billionaires to have everything they want when we have children in Sugarland right now, a rich city, that are going hungry? That's not right. So I believe that we have a better future ahead of us, and I believe we can win. Do you believe we can win? Do you believe that we can win? All right, we're going to say it together. I believe that we will win. 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 So we're going to do this together. What I want you all to do right now, take out your phones. FortBendFirst.com. FortBendFirst.com. Sign up. Fort Bend is where it happens. Fort Bend is the future of this country. It's the fastest growing, most diverse county in the entire country. When we win, it's going to start in Fort Bend. So FortBendFirst.com. Join the movement. Let's win together.
Thank you, Jay. All right. Now, y'all be sure to hydrate, okay? And remember, this is a peaceful protest. And we are doing great. All right. Our next performer is Mark Tiller. Mark is a political scientist, writer, and blogger, but he's also a drummer and singer for the Houston rock band Cover Story. He's not drumming, but he's sharing something really cool with us. Please help me welcome Mark Tiller.
I was just talking to some Republicans in the audience. And I really appreciate you being here. I want you to know that we appreciate your presence here. This can't be just about Democrats. And I also really appreciate your attempts to recapture your party, to liberate it from this MAGA conspiracy thinking cult of personality that's oppressed and held hostage by a wannabe king sitting on his throne of golden meme coins. So we really appreciate you being here. Well, you can see my left wing is wounded now. It's weakened. It's weakened. It's hurt. But my right wing has all the power now. But I really believe that it's important for a body to have both wings, both arms. I don't want a left wing only any more than I want a right wing only. I want competition. I want choice. I want pluralism. I want a marketplace of ideas. That, time and time again, has been our best defense against mistakes. It's the most essential part of the American Constitution. It's why we rejected an absolute king with all total power. It's why we said we're going to have divided powers into 3 separate branches with checks and balances and limits on their authority. But my friends, that doesn't happen automatically. It takes you and leaders making that happen. It's not a self-executing file. You have to make it work. You can't have leaders like our Speaker of the House, who basically cedes all the power to the king. That doesn't work. I'm going to sing a little song now. I think you probably know this song. It's called Somebody I Used to Know. But I've changed the lyrics, so I want you to sing the chorus with me. I want you to sing the chorus with me. The new chorus is, now we're just some country that we used to know. Sing the chorus with me, please. Now we're just some country that we used to know. Sorry. Well, we have a volume issue here. Okay. Well, I'm really cutting into my time now. Now I'm gonna think about our Constitution, the one you took the oath of office to defend. Told us all that you were right for us to make America great again. But that was then, and it's a fake we still remember. We can get addicted to a certain kind of madness, like giving up our norms, values, and laws. Hateful narcissism, bald-faced lies, the corruption right before our eyes. In 2020 we thought it was over, but you didn't have to stage a coup, make it like it never happened, and the law means nothing. We don't even expect the truth, but you babble like a toddler and embarrass us. No, you didn't have to stoop so low, steal our top secret documents, whose keep at Berlago. Forget that we don't need law though, now we're just some country that we used to know. Now we're just some country that we used to know. Now we're just some country that we used to know. Now I'm gonna think of all the times you screwed us over. Insider trading, profiteering, favor to donors. Dunning-Kruger style ignorance, unconstitutional emoluments, destroying all your Republican foes, and I cannot even recognize that party that I used to know. You didn't have to wreck the that the inflation deficit's exploding. We don't even need cheap eggs. We don't want your Bible shoes or currency. No, you didn't have to stoop so low. Ignore courts and due process, lead a blind loyal cult. I guess that we don't need law though. Now it's just some country that we used to know. Now it's just some country that we used to know. Now it's just some country that we used to know. We used to know that we used to know. We used to know some country so So let's save it.
Let's give it up for Mark. Political scientist during the day and singer at night. And during the day, too. Okay. All right. Are y'all hydrating? Yes. Thank you all so much for being here. This is an amazing crowd, and we're making a difference. There are no kings. All right. Our next speaker is Diana Martinez Alexander. She is currently an educator in a large urban school district in Houston, serving special education students, linguistically diverse populations, and lower socioeconomic communities. She is a proud daughter of immigrants and is a wife, mother, educator, and advocate and is devoted to working for the community. Please help me welcome Diana. delivering health, welfare, emergency, and medical service to 35,000 residents. A retired U.S. Army combat veteran, Farrell served 20 years with distinction, specializing as a military intelligence analyst in support of the National Security Agency's mission. The little birdie told me he might be a candidate for Fort Bend County Judge. Help me welcome Frell Bonner.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. As a soldier and a veteran and community leader in Fort Bend County, I strive to be a unifier. So I want to first thank our various law enforcement entities for their presence at this gathering. Let's give them a round of applause. This shows the world that Fort Bend County does not need anyone telling us how to handle our own business. Thank you, law enforcement. Thank you so much. It's a real honor to stand before you today, especially on this 250th birthday for the U.S. Army. Are there any Army veterans out here? Let me hear you. Air Force, Navy, Marines, National Guards. Thank you all for being here. As a veteran, I've sworn an oath to defend the Constitution of the United States. Not once, but for life. I see many of you here living here, out here, who took the same oath every day in your own way by organizing, advocating, and resisting. Repeat after me. Organizing, advocating, and resisting. When I served, I learned quickly that military service isn't about the movies. It's not about the medals or marching. It's not about one party or the other. It sure in the hell isn't about power. It's about people. Let's hit it again. It's about people. When we wear our uniform, we don't swear solely allegiance to any political person or any political leader. We swear to the Constitution. And we defend the rights of all Americans, no matter who they vote for, where they worship, and how loud they speak. And yet lately, I watch some try to twist the idea of service as something that it really is not.
That's right. Yep.
They act like loyalty to one person is the same as patriotism.
Right.
Like power deserves obedience just because it's loud. But let me be clear. We serve to protect the right of every citizen to challenge anyone. In a democracy, authority isn't inherited. It's earned. And it can be taken away at the ballot box. That's where our mission aligns here today. The work of everyone here to uphold Fort Bend County by fighting voter suppression, demanding justice, organizing for equity that serve this county. You are defending democracy just as surely as anyone who's been in uniform. Now, some wear the uniform like a crown of some sort. They want applause, they want deference, but real service isn't about being above anyone. It's about service and responsibility. And listen, and sometimes that responsibility is very heavy. Most of us who serve this country understand what that's all about. That's responsibility and service. The service in the military is very heavy. Sometimes service means standing up against your own side. Sometimes it means admitting your mistakes. And sometimes it means coming home, taking off the uniform, and finding ways to continue to protect the rights of everyone. And that's what brought me here today, actually. I didn't stop serving when I took my boots off. I just changed how I did it. And seeing all of you here today organizing, showing up, not backing down, reminds me why I served the country in the first place. Now, we may walk different paths, but we're in the same fight to defend democracy. To protect the promise of a nation that belongs to all of us. Not just the loudest, not just the richest, and not just the one in power. So I ask you, so let's carry this truth forward. While serving this country, I have never served a king, I have never served the throne, I have never served the crown. Just people doing the hard work of service and freedom. Together, united, and indivisible. So, again, thank you, Fort Bend County. Thank you, Indivisible. Thank you, law enforcement. Thank you, former soldiers and veterans who served this country so diligently. I appreciate your service. And keep showing up. Keep showing up. Let's change this one time. Keep showing up. Keep showing up. Keep showing up. Keep showing up. Thank you, everyone. And if you stay in the military, I served the 3rd Special Forces as well, Fort Bragg, jumping out of planes. I'm an interesting thing, right? But I want to leave you with this, right? I always say this. If you watch it on Facebook or any place else, I'm always in with 2 different things. I'm always say, airborne! 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 And the oppressed only bear. The oppressed only bear. That means defenders of the freedom. Defenders of freedom. So thank you again, everyone. I appreciate you being here. Thank you. Keep up the good work.
All right, you ready for another chant? Okay. Thank you, Frell Bonner. That was excellent. Thank you, sir. And thank you for all the military that's out there. Now we need to hear your voice again. So what I'm going to say is, democracy is our right. We won't give up this fight. Democracy is our right. We won't give up this fight. Democracy is our right. We won't give up this fight. Democracy is our right. We won't give up this fight. Democracy is our right. We won't give up this fight. Thank you, people. Thank you. All right, you're in for a special treat. Our next performer is Sarah Golden. She's an award-winning folk singer-songwriter and Houston native, featured on season 2 of The Voice, whose soulful storytelling and heartfelt performances have captivated audiences for decades. She is currently recording her next full-length album, Here in Sugarland, which will highlight her socio-political activism and human rights advocacy. Please help me welcome Sarah Golden. You guys are amazing. This is the No Kings protest, and the only king that I'm here to raise up is Martin Luther King. So I wrote this song, and I hope you like it. Just 'cause they said it don't mean a thing. Are they honest? Not historically. Got plenty of people itching to testify. Popping all the way, y'all. Facts unverified. Talking all this wokeness. What does woke even mean? Oh wait. Did you say empathy? A house divided cannot stand. People united can't be stopped. We must learn to live together as brothers, or we'll perish together as full side of history.
Hey there. It's me again, sorry. Yeah, I should have asked you why you guys are here.
Can you hear me? John Micus, will you come to the front, please? John Micus. All right, wasn't Sarah fantastic? She's going to close this out at the very end. And you'll hear the voice from her. All right. Can you hear me? All right, our next speaker is Marquetta Green Scott. She is currently Mayor Pro Tem of the City of Iowa Colony, Texas, holding position 3 on City Council. A former educator and current attorney, she is passionate about finding party-neutral solutions to the issues and challenges faced by her constituents. Another little birdie told me that she may be running to unseat the current occupant of Congressional District 22. Please help me welcome Marquetta.
Hello, my brothers and my fellow travelers on this journey of faith and freedom. I stand before you today with a heavy heart, but with a spirit ignited by the undying flame of hope that is implied in our Constitution, the United States Constitution. There are moments in a nation, just as there are moments in our own lives, when we are called to account, when we must look deep into our souls and ask, who are we truly? What do we stand for? This, my beloved fellow Americans, is one of those sacred, urgent moments. Look at our streets, the very arteries of our community. In the sun-drenched, diverse city of Los Angeles, a city built on the dreams of every hue of humanity, what do we see? We see our own sons and daughters, peaceful protesters, crying out for justice, met not with an open ear, but with an iron fist. Our president, Donald Trump, has unleashed the Marines, our own Marines, war to defend this nation from foreign foes upon American neighborhoods. The air, instead of being filled with the sounds of honest dialogue, is choked with tear gas. The hopeful cries of our people are drowned out by the terrifying echo of flashbangs. And why? Why this assault on our own? Because they dared to speak. Because they dared to raise their voices against the cruel, inhumane raids that are ripping families apart, tearing children from their mother's arms. Raids that spit in the face of due process, that mocks the very idea of justice enshrined in our 14th Amendment, treating our neighbors not as beloved children of God, but as nameless threats. And in the midst of this sorrow, while our people suffer, what does our leader prepare? A spectacle, a military parade. Not to honor our heroes, not to celebrate the spirit of our great nation, but to puff up the pride of one man. Tanks rolling, troops marching, a display of might for the ego of a man who would be king. My friends, think on this. Not Lincoln, not Roosevelt, not even Reagan, in their moments of greatest triumph, dare to turn our military into a personal prop. Why? Because they understood that in a nation warned us of the paranoid style in American politics. A spirit that sees enemies in every shadow, that demands blind loyalty over the sacred tenets of the law, that feeds on division and fear. That spirit has now consumed a party that once stood for principle. A party now, sadly, tragically, has been overtaken by the narrow, conspiratorial, and dangerous obedience to a single man. And hear the echo of Alexi Duff you guys are thirsty, we have bottled water up here. Please, please refresh yourself. Okay, so our next chant will be Ain't No Way, We're Backing Down. We're rising up, the time is now. So what I'm going to do is I want you to only do, we're rising up, the time is now. I will say the first. Ain't no way we're backing down. The time is now. Ain't no way we're backing down. We're rising up, the time is now. Louder. Ain't no way we're backing down. We're rising up, the time is now. Louder. Hey, you're so loud that they can hear you across the freeway. Ain't no way we're backing down. We're rising up, the time is now. Thank you.
All right, everybody. Our next speaker is Laguda Saf. She's been a Sugar Land community advocate for the last 20 years, focusing on civil rights, environment, and education. She is committed to helping neighbors and small businesses in the community come together on issues that affect everyone. She is the founder of the New Territory United for Peace and Stop Sugar Land Gas Power Plant groups. Help me welcome Anna.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Sugar Land. Yes, yes, yes. You know, we are here to, you know why we're here today, right? Because of the first 3 words of the U.S. Constitution. We the people. Say it again. We the people. Say it one more time. We the people. This is why we're here today. You believe that I had to explain to other people why we are coming together today in the Sugar Land Town Square. Yes, my friends, we have a misinformation divide in our country where our neighbors do not know and do not care to know what is going on. So let me send this message to all the people. We are standing here because we belong in a democracy. Yes, yes, yes. We are standing here because we are a nation of laws. We are a constitutional republic that overthrew a king 250 years ago. And yet here we are. We the people. We are angry. We are hurt. And we are upset. There is a man in the White House right now who thinks he's a king. Who thinks there are no 3 separate co-equal branches of government. Oh, why is that? Because we have a Congress that refuses to do their job. Do your job. We have courts that are holding up our democracy by a thread. They are disappearing people with no due process. We have our courts, but you know what else we have? We the people. You will not stand here and let this happen, nor should you. I have a story today, one of hope, one of resiliency, and one of bipartisan efforts that happened just here in this building. In the city of Sugar Land, we the people came together and elected a new mayor just a few days ago, a week ago today. It was no easy fight. You may hear people call me the power plant lady or even some bad words, but that's okay. We need to speak up when something is wrong. We need to speak up and come together when something is wrong. And I'll tell you this, if we can operate from a common set of facts, it will unite the entire country. Because I can tell you this, no one wants to see the law abused. No one wants to see our Constitution abused. No one wants a king. Whoa. We the the people say no, no kings, no crowns, no thorns, hell no. Thank you. So then how did we do this story of hope? How did we overcome? How did we throw out an arrogant establishment in our city that was so disconnected from serving the people that they served profits and developers? Sound familiar? Like in Washington, serving the oligarchs and the billionaires. How did we do it? We did it because we came together, we educated, we inspired, and we tapped each and every person to be an advocate for justice. Each of us has 5 friends. Each of us has 10 friends we can educate. And when those 10 friends become educated, we become 100. And when 100 comes, we become thousands. This is how you make change. It is not easy, it is not pretty, but it is the work that has to be done to protect our precious county, our precious cities, our states, and even our country in large. We the people have the power. The power belongs to the people. Amen. If you're not registered to vote, they have voting registration over there by the trees. If you're coming up on elections, look and see who are the defenders of democracy. Who is standing with the people and not the profits and the special interests and the billionaires? Because those are the people that stand on the ground with you holding those signs. And we need to turn those signs into action. Action speaks louder than words. We the people. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Sugar Land. Get out and register to vote and be a change. Amen.
Thank you, Anna. Woo! The power of the people. Woo! There are no kings. There are no thrones. There are no crowns. Very good. All right, our next speaker is Jennifer Cantu. Dr. Cantu is a passionate advocate for change. Since 2017, she has proudly served as a local precinct chair, where she has worked tirelessly to empower her neighbors and ensure that their voices are heard. Please help me welcome Jennifer Cantu.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dr. Jennifer Cantu, and I stand before you today not only as an advocate, but as a mother of twin girls who are my inspiration and my motivation. I am here to speak passionately about our most precious resource, our children. In a world often dominated by those in power, we must rise together, united in our belief that every child deserves not a chance, but a promise of a brighter future. Public education is our greatest equalizer, but only when it is fair for all of our children. It is outrageous to witness our tax dollars being squandered on frivolous parties while the man in the White House is spending millions on his own indulgences. Meanwhile, children, innocent, hopeful, and full of potential, are left to navigate a system that fails to protect them. We cannot stand idly by as our leaders prioritize their own interest over the well-being of our future generations. We must stop Trump and his administration from diverting our attention and resources away from what truly matters, our children. As a mother, I know firsthand the importance of early intervention programs. As my daughter was born with an autoimmune disorder, and thanks to the support of programs like Early Childhood Intervention, ECI, and the commitment of our public education system, she stands here today as a young tween who loves to dance. This transformation is a testament to what could happen when we invest in our children's futures. In this age of noise and distraction, let us not get overwhelmed. We must stay laser focused on our mission. We must demand that our resources are directed toward early intervention programs that ensure every child has access to the support they need. Imagine a world where every child can thrive, where no child is left behind due to circumstances beyond their control. This is not just a dream, it is a necessity. Our children are counting on us to be their voice, the champion of their rights, and fight for the opportunities they deserve. Let us be the change makers, the advocates who refuse to accept anything less than a system that prioritizes compassion and equity. We are the guardians of their dreams, and it is our duty to ensure that our collective resources are allocated to programs that uplift and empower every child. Together, we can create a legacy of hope, a legacy that shouts from the rooftops, no kings, no thrones, and no crowns. Only a united front dedicated to protecting our children and ensuring their futures are bright and full of promise. Let us stand together and make our voices heard. We are the change we wish to see. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Christian Bisera. He currently serves as a judge of the 434th District Court in Fort Bend County, Texas. As someone who has grown up in Fort Bend County and has witnessed its growth, Judge Bisera prioritizes creating a safe and secure environment for its residents. Through his role as judge and his involvement in community programs, he strives to continue to protect and make a positive impact on Fort Bend County. Another little birdie told me that he might be a candidate for Fort Bend County Judge. Oh, please help me welcome Judge Bisera.
No kings! No kings! No kings! No kings! I stand before you a sitting district court judge of the 434th District Court right here in Fort Bend County. Man, my heart is filled with love to see so many people in my community come out to talk about what they believe in. This is how we get things done in the United States of America. I was asked to talk about the rule of law. Let me tell you something. I believe in the Constitution of the United States of America. I believe in the rule of law. Not only when it's convenient for me, all the time. When the National Guard was called out in California, I saw the Speaker of the House get on TV. Yes, you can boo that. Yes. And this man said, we sent them because we believe in the rule of law. And I said to the TV, now you believe in the rule of law? Now? Yeah. Everything that they've done in the last couple of weeks was to prevent this from happening in Fort Bend County, Texas. The governor saying that he had, how many troops did he have, Cynthia? How many did he say? 500, whatever, 5,000. That was done to prevent you from coming today. We all saw on the news this morning the tragedy that happened in Minnesota. It's a heavy time we live in. Heavy. I got phone calls this morning after the news came on. My mom, God bless her, Dulles High School graduate, called me and said, yes, my mom called and said, don't go, baby, don't go. I don't want anything to happen to you. And I said, there is nothing that will keep me from coming and speaking to the people of Fort Bend County, Texas. And by you being here today, you've spoken volumes to the masses that want to keep you from coming together to speak your mind. Thank you, Fort Bend County. Back to to the rule of law. Too many times we elect people that feel that they're not ready for the position that they get put into. So every day they get into office, they try to manipulate the system to keep that power. We've got to do better. We've got to get out and vote. We continue to go back and forth in Fort Bend County, but what I want you to do, ask for debates, ask questions, make sure that the people that are taking office are ready to hold those positions, because then we can focus on the work that is needed. And now I'm going to speak to you as Fort Bend County residents. We live in a time of anger, of fear, of despair. I cannot tell you again how much love is in my heart to see you out here today. But I don't see it that way. I am motivated every day I turn on the TV to do more. To do more. To stand up with you, the citizens of Fort Bend County, to do more. We live in the most diverse county in the United States of America. Look around. Look around right now. Look at all of your brothers and sisters in Fort Bend County. From every walk of life, from every culture, from every religion, coming together to have your voice heard. It's important. We must continue the fight. But hear me now. We have an opportunity in Fort Bend County. We're 50% red, 50% blue, the most diverse county in the United States. But if we can find a way, to come together as a community, to make our community the best that it can be, and put away all the differences, because I guarantee you that our similarities far outweigh our differences. If we can do that here in Fort Bend County, my home, the home of my parents, the home of my grandparents, the home of my children, don't we become the blueprint for the rest of the United States of America? Stand up. I stand with you today. I'm happy to be here. Continue this. Don't stop. We have elections coming up in 2026. Everybody has to get to work and get out the vote. I love you guys. Thank you. No kings! No kings!
Thank you. All right. Are you hydrating? We have water on either side of the stage, and we have people with carts that have water bottles. Please take care of yourselves. All right, thank you all so much for being here. This is great. We are getting down towards the end of our lineup, and we have a few more things to do. We've got several more speakers, and we appreciate you being here so much. I want to remind you all that you should call your lawmakers every week. There's an app called 5 Calls. How many of you are familiar with it? Use that. It makes it really simple to call them and let you know what you're thinking. If you don't know what to say, it has a script for you. And if you know what to say, then say it. But you have to make that phone call. You may think they're not listening to us, but they are. They may try to ignore us, but they can't. They can't. All right, and now, you ready for another chant?
Oh, wait a minute. That was not good, guys. What? Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Come on, they can't hear you over there. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? People united will never be divided. 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 Thank you, neighbors.
Our next speaker is Lux Sabana. He is a proud third-generation Latino and Asian American Pacific Islander community activist, current board member of the Fort Bend Voters League, member of the League of United Latin American Citizens, and a former union organizer for the Fort Bend American Federation of Teachers. And thank you, Anthony, for all your help with the videography and for these speakers. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have any sound today. So thank you, thank you. Please help me welcome Anthony.
Fort Bend County, I want to do a chant too. Here's my chant. Fear is not a policy. 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 Woo! Give yourself a hand. Yeah! All right. It seems like every day in America has become Taco Tuesday. Am I right? Every day has become Taco Tuesday. I don't know what's going on one day to the next, and I don't think they do either. That's right. But when it comes to the lives of the people in America, it's wreaking havoc on everybody, right? Especially our immigrant community. That's right. All right? And everybody should be afraid of what's going on. Everybody. They're taking out senators. They're taking out congressmen because they don't want people that dissent against them. They're threatening groups like this with arrest and making it violence and making it afraid to assemble or dissent, and we're not going to put up with that, right? Are we going to put up with that? So, immigrants, I'm going to talk in Republican just for a minute, if there's any Republicans out there, okay? I'm going to speak in Republican. I'm going to talk in dollars then. How's that? I'm going to talk in dollars. Immigrants make an incredibly huge contribution to the economy. They hold places, they work all the way from the bottom to the top. They're working in that hotel across the way over there. They're working at Chipotle over there. There's university professors in the audience right now who are in the immigrant community. Now, I noticed the other day somebody must have put a bug in Trump's ear because he said, well, maybe we need to do something about the farm workers and the hotel workers. Taco Tuesday again, right? What is ICE gonna start doing, giving a questionnaire before they lock people up and rendition them off to El Salvador or Sudan? No, I don't know how they're gonna do it. We need policy. You know, they helped create this problem, right? And the policy is not that people come over here looking for a better life. The policy is not that people are willing to risk life and limb and their children to travel thousands of miles to come to that shining city on the hill. Do you all remember that? That was a Republican thing. Sorry, I said it again. The shining city on the hill to come here to make better lives, to contribute to this society here. This great community that we have. That's right. Right? And what they do is they try to divide us. They pick out a community. They pick out immigrants. They pick out the LGBTQ community. Right? But pretty soon, they'll pick you out too. That's right. They'll pick you out too. So we need to stand together. We cannot be divided. You know, that's why I'm so proud to see so many people here today out here. Now I said I was going to talk in money, right? The immigrants contribute billions of dollars to this economy. Billions of dollars. And, you know, they can talk about it being worth it to try to evacuate 10 million people, but what they would lose is not just the money that, if they could ever do that, you know, which is ridiculous, you know, but what they would really be losing is everything else that has made this country great from the beginning. Now, I could go on and on about that, but I want to mention one more thing, and that's just about people and humanity, because you can make a difference on this. I remember when I was growing up, I was told that I needed to live by the golden rule. Do y'all remember what the golden rule was? Yeah, Exactly. What happened? This country used to be about that. We used to teach our kids about that. And it doesn't have anything to do with what religion you follow or, you know, where you stand in the community. It was just a philosophy that we followed, that good people followed. Well, I really appreciate all you good people out here. And I want you, please, we can make a difference. And the way we can make a difference and stand together is by voting. We can vote. And the last few weeks, we've seen the weak people in elections that make the biggest difference, local elections, that we can impact our community. The school board election, we got people on that have common sense, that look like our community. They look like our community. The city council, somebody who cares about the air that our children will be breathing in. Elections make a difference. More people did not vote in this last presidential election than voted.
That's right.
And why? They need to have a reason. We need good candidates. Some of them are standing right out here in the audience right now. But just take the first step. Go see the Moms Against Violence over there. Go see them and go register to vote if you're not registered. Or go make sure you put in a new registration that has all your accurate information on it so that you won't have any problems when these laws they're making in Austin to keep you from voting happen. All right, give yourselves a big applause. I appreciate you. Bergman!
Thank you, Anthony. All right, are you staying hydrated? We have water to the left and we have water to the right, so be sure to get something to drink if you haven't already. Okay, so are you ready for our next speaker? All right. Our next speaker is Jason Bergman. He's an Army vet who served between 1990 and 1994. He's a small business owner and has been involved with local and grassroots organizing since 1997. When he volunteered with the Progressive Voters in Action. He believes it is possible to out-organize a bigger and better funded opposition and lives by the motto, nothing beats hustle. Please help me welcome Jason.
Thank you very much, thank you. Good afternoon. You know, I don't know about you, but I am sick and tired of seeing my tax dollars get spent throwing a vanity parade for this president. Sorry. I'm sick and tired of the tax dollars being spent for his vanity parade. I'm also tired of the fact that in order to pay for this parade, he had to cut social safety net programs. He's cutting the VA, cutting their staff, cutting their funding, which just makes a system that's already more overburdened and cumbersome, which makes vets like me choose any other system besides the VA. We need something, and we need him to not be doing that. Sorry. I remember back on June 26, 1990, I raised my hand and I took an oath that says that I will protect and defend this Constitution of the United States of America from all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Yes, sir!
My oath was never to one man. My oath was not to a king. I shall not bow to a pretender, nor shall I bend the knee of tyranny. I never once thought that the enemy, the domestic enemy, was going to be anything more than overheated, hyperbolic political rhetoric about our differences. But here we are today. Today is the U.S. Army's 250th birthday. While it should be celebrated, and it should be a day for the soldiers to celebrate, instead they are being asked to participate in a vanity parade for the Imperial President's birthday. Today's parade in D.C. isn't about celebrating the United States Army. It's about feeding the ego of one Donald J. Trump. Since he took office, he has demanded loyalty not to the Constitution or the institutions of government or the military, but to himself. Only kings and only authoritarians demand personal loyalty. He has worked to circumvent the legislative branch of government by issuing more than 162 executive orders, choosing to govern through fiat. Only tyrants do that, and he is a tyrant. His constant attacks and threats against the judicial system, anytime a judge rules against him, is the hallmark of tyranny. In this country, we have the right to dissent with judicial decisions. In this country, we do not attack the judge by insinuating or stating that every judge ruling against you is an activist or on the take or are otherwise corrupt. In this country, we have a right to protest against our government without fear of having the military deployed against us, against our fellow citizens, which only serves to make a tense situation more volatile. The vitriol's only purpose is to divide us further. Right now, across this country, despite the best or worst efforts, his best or worst efforts, there are hundreds of protests just like this taking place. Right now in D.C., there are veterans who are still take their oath seriously as they are standing in protest and defiance of the imperial president and his parade. 250 years ago, we broke the shackles of one king. We shall not place the shackles of a new king on. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever. This is still a country governed by the people and for the people. We have the power if we are willing to use it. Call your state representatives, call your senators, call your local authorities, all your local representatives, state level, city level, county level. Let them know that only Congress has the power of the purse, that Congress has legislative authority. Tell them, regardless of their party or your party affiliation, tell them.
Do your job. Do your job. Do your job. Or we will fire you.
Exactly.
Sing it, girls.
Attend the protests, marches, and rallies aimed at sending those messages. Only by showing up can we stop the slow crawl authoritarianism that is the regime of Donald J. Trump. I'm a believer in and witness to out-organizing the opposition. I know from firsthand experience that it is possible to out-organize an established opposition that is bigger and better funded. Currently, there is none more well-funded or connected than the wannabe king I know, than this wannabe king. I know that nothing beats hustle, that together we can stop the man who would be king. In solidarity, Six Imperatus.
All right, before I bring Sarah back, and we have one speaker after her, and then we're going to close it out after Chris. But I want to remind you about the Indivisible No Surrender Coalition of Fort Bend County. That is our organization. We want you to join. And there's a gentleman in here, John Micas. He's passing out information about our next meeting. He's got the straw hat on. So see him, talk to him. All right, are you ready to welcome back Sarah Golden? Sarah.
Hello again. How are you guys and gals and folks? As a Sugar Land resident, I'm so proud to see so many of my friends and neighbors here. Thank you guys so much for being here, for doing the right thing, standing on the right side of history. It's a big deal. I'm going to do a sing-along here. I'm going to try and feed you some of these words. If you sing along if you know it. We shall overcome. We shall overcome. We shall overcome today.
Pino, a community leader and activist raised here in Fort Bend and the proud product of local public schools. He got his start in politics a decade ago as a student organizer, from fighting gerrymandering in county government to organizing Fort Bend's first ever Pride Festival. Chris is committed to building power from the ground up and making sure it stays with the people. Help me welcome Chris.
That is right. Howdy, folks. How are y'all doing today? Are y'all fired up? Are y'all fired up? That is what I love to hear. It is great to see so many familiar faces in this crowd, but it is even better to see hundreds and hundreds of unfamiliar ones. So if this is your first time showing up, standing up, and speaking out, thank you for being here. Thank you, and do not let it be your last. If we haven't had the pleasure of meeting before, let me introduce myself. My name is Chris Pino. I am 25 years old, and I am a future elected official. I am the proud son of Fort Bend County. I have called this place my home since I was 8 years old. Closer to the mic, got it. I am the proud product of Fort Bend County's public schools. I got my starts as an organizer at age 15 at Seven Lakes High School, combating gun violence and getting my friends and classmates involved in the political process. Little did I know, that would bring me all the way to Washington, D.C., where I had a chance to study in the nation's capital and work in Congress. Little did I know that would also bring me back here to Fort Bend County in service to the community that raised me, working for our local elected officials, including Judge Christian Bisera, who is here today, and our fantastic County Commissioner, Dexter McCoy. And now I work for the largest nonprofit in the state of Texas, running a program that helps everyday people like you get involved in the political process. And in the last year alone, we have registered thousands of students to vote. And we have reached voters 350,000 times. But I'm not here to talk about myself, and I'm certainly not here to pitch myself as a candidate. I am here to remind everyone of the gravity of what we're here to talk about. It is not lost on me, the significance of this day. 250 years ago, our founding fathers were protesting much like us. The U.S., our great country, was founded on the pretense of protest. Tell me if this sounds familiar. A tyrant king imposing tariffs on the people, depriving them of representation, and responding to protest with violence. Does that not sound familiar to y'all? This is not, what we are doing here today is not just history. It is the foundation of the greatest country that this planet has ever known. So when we speak out, we're not just protesting. We are keeping the American dream alive. Now, folks, listen. The naysayers are going to go on Fox and OANN and say that we're a bunch of un-American radicals. We will not let them take our patriotism away. Standing up and protesting when your government is not listening to you is just about the most American thing we can do. And if you disagree, your qualm's not with me. Your qualm's not with our amazing organizers who put this event together from nothing. Your qualm is with the founding fathers who put freedom of speech right at the top of the Bill of Rights, and they put it there for a reason. As I look out on this crowd, every single one of you is a red-blooded American, not for waving a flag in a military parade, but for fighting what that flag represents. fighting for what that flag represents. Freedom, justice, and power to the people. Now, the unfortunate thing is that nothing that I say on this stage will change what is happening. Nothing that happens here in Sugar Land today will change what happens in Washington, D.C. tomorrow. It's unfortunate, but it's true. They're not listening. They're not listening, and we have to make them listen. We have to make them listen, and we all play a role in changing that future. We all play a role, and change starts from the bottom up. Change starts at the local level and brews its way up all the way to Washington, D.C., all the way to Austin. That is how we get the change that we desire. And I am here to remind everybody here that Trump is not the only wannabe king. We have many here in Fort Bend County. We have many wannabe kings here in Fort Bend County. We have no kings. No kings. And let me tell you, we have a couple of King Georges here in Fort Bend. Let me give you one example. I don't have nearly enough time to spill all the tea, but I will give an example. Our commissioner representing Sugar Land, our commissioner, Andy Myers, he calls himself the taxpayer's best friend. He calls himself the taxpayer's best friend, and then he goes to the commissioner's court and tries to ram through a gerrymandered maps that would deprive our communities of representation, and that would cost the community, the hard-working taxpayers of Fort Bend County, millions of dollars. Millions of dollars, and I didn't even mention the kickback that he included in the legislation that would have gotten tens of thousands of dollars to his friends at the Texas Scorecard. But we didn't let him do that. We did not let him get away with that. Myself and a group of a couple dozen friends, many of whom are here in the audience today, showed up. We spoke out. And we put a coalition together of common sense taxpayers. Republicans, Democrats, Independents, left, right, center. Everybody from across the political spectrum, and we said no. We showed up and said that that is not happening, and he had no choice but to pull the bill. So now we still have fair maps. Here in Fort Bend, our fair maps live to see another day because we showed up and we spoke out. There is a value to organizing. You may not see it today, but you will tomorrow. But that also means we have to copy and place this playbook everywhere. Anytime that these kings think that they can get away with ripping accountability away from the hands of the people, we have to show up and speak out. We have to keep showing up. We have to get organized, and we also have to run for office. We have to run people of all experiences who look like the county, who share the experiences of living in Fort Bend County. We have to put them on the ballot from dog catcher to president. And that also means listening to young people. People move to Fort Bend County so that their kids get the highest quality public education that they can find anywhere. And it is about time that we start listening to young people. So I charge you with this. Do not let this be the last time that you show up and speak out. I charge every single person here with getting involved. And organizing is not a one-size-fits-all act. There are different kinds of organizing. You can do it from your couch. You can do it by texting your friends, by posting on social media, by making phone calls. You can do it by knocking on doors. You can do it by starting a club. You can do it by starting an indivisible chapter and setting up protests just like we're at here today. But folks, our hindsight is not 2020. Our hindsight is 2026. That is when we take the power back and we go to Austin and we go to Commissioner's Court and we go to Washington, D.C. and we say enough is enough and we're giving the power back to the people. But that only works if every single person here stays involved. And if there is one lesson you take away from this event, it is that you have to stay involved. Our country depends on it. Our country depends on it. Our county depends on it. And yes, our state depends on it too. Folks, we can take it back. We can win this thing, but we have to keep going. Thank you so much for taking the first step. Thank you so much for being here, and keep doing the good fight. Thank you. Thank you, Chris. Woo! Isn't he great? I'll vote for you, Chris. You just gotta run. Okay. No kings, 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 no kings. All right, everybody. Did we have a peaceful protest today? And not one of us got paid, did we? No! We're not paid, we're just pissed. All right, I'm going to invite Terry Webster back up here. She's going to talk a little bit more about Indivisible No Surrender Coalition, and then we're going to wrap it up. Thank you for staying. Please don't leave until we're done, but we have to be out of here after that. And it's also, too, we are charged with cleaning up the trash. So I think you've been really good about picking out after yourselves, but if you see trash, please pick it up and put it in the trash cans. Thank you so much, and here is Terry Webster. Sugarland! Okay, I gotta get this straight. There we go, there we go. First off, I want to thank the most important people here, and that is each and every one of you. Second, I want to thank our amazing volunteers that stepped up to help us out here today, giving out water, cards, helping to pick up trash, our marshals, everyone. Thank you guys so much. I want to introduce you guys to one of the best teams, as far as I'm concerned, that any Indivisible group has to offer. And I don't say that because I'm biased, of course, but I am. So where's everybody? Okay, come on out. You're not hiding. Okay. I don't know what's down here. Okay, while they're making their way up here, I also want to say another special thank you. I know Jan did it earlier, but listen, when we decided to get started, we didn't know kind of what we were doing. Everybody up here, they're lifelong political activists, active in the community. I want y'all to know none of us are getting paid. We're not paid organizers. We're people just like each and every one of you. Teachers, real estate agents, retirees, we run the gamut, right? So when we were getting started, we had no idea what to do. And we received the most amazing support, and I might start crying right now, but Katie Indivisible Huddle, Catherine Starville, Ray, who's somewhere out here, Smita, and anyone else that I might have missed. They have been in place for a very long time and have been doing the work that we're trying to now do here in Fort Bend County and have been supporting us every step of the way. So thank you guys so much. Thank y'all. Thank you. All right, so let me introduce you guys to the team. So Gay Taylor, Gay is our lead over our community partnership team. And Gay's been doing the chants today. So give Gay a hand. There's Samita. John Micas is our lead over lawmaker engagement. Sarah Hesterly here is our secretary. She keeps us straight. Catherine Kruger is our DEI lead and safety coordinator. Sarah Roberts, who's not able to be with us today because she's celebrating her father on Father's Day, but also at another rally for No King's Day, is my colleague. So hands together for her in absentia, but she's here in spirit. And last but not least, our lead for events at press and media, Ms. Jan Viscoski. Jan has worked tirelessly to put all of this together and wrangling us all together like a bunch of chickens. I know it was hard, especially with me, because I don't, wrangle in very easily. But thank you so much, Jan, for putting all this together. All right, so Fort Bend County, Sugar Land, do you remember my original instructions when I was up here about neighbor, turn to your neighbor? All right, well, as we close out, we're going to do a little bit more of that, and we're going to finish strong, okay? So I want you to know that we are thankful that you showed up and you showed out. So look at everything that we did. All of you prove that when we, the people, come together, we are unstoppable. In other words, we are indivisible. Turn to your neighbor and say, neighbor. Here in Fort Bend County, we are indivisible. As you leave here today, I want you to remember what you felt in this moment and what you have felt the 2 hours that you have spent with us. Remember the power of standing together with your neighbors. Remember that you are not alone in this fight. And no matter how loud the voices in our community might be among the minority, we are the majority for Fort Bend County. I want you to take this energy to your neighborhoods, back to your workplaces, to your dinner tables, to your family reunions that are happening this weekend, and spread the word that we are in the fight and here to stay. And in Fort Bend County, Texas, and in Texas, period, we don't have kings. So now this is going to be my shameless plug to you, Sugar Land. Right here in Fort Bend County, the Indivisible No Surrender Coalition of Fort Bend County is ready to channel today's energy with you into sustained action. I want you to know that we meet regularly once a month, and we hold our representatives accountable. And we need you to stay in this fight. Because here's the truth. They're counting on us to get tired, y'all. They're counting on us to give up. They're counting on us to go back to business as usual. But turn to your neighbor and say, neighbor, we're not going anywhere, are we? Are we going anywhere, y'all? That's right. Today, across America, over 1,800 communities said no kings. From coast to coast, the people spoke with a resounding voice that we do not bow to strongmen, that America belongs to the people. And I don't know if y'all heard, but I heard something about 26,000 people in Houston today. I don't know if y'all heard, but I heard something about 26,000 people in Houston today. So listen, when you leave here, stay connected. Join us at Indivisible, or join a movement. Bring your family, bring your neighbors, because this movement grows stronger with every person who decides they have had enough. I'll remind you that the founders who created our army 250 years ago didn't just fight once and went home. They built a movement. They sustained resistance. They never gave up on the idea that this country could be governed by the people and for the people. And neither will we. Fort Bend County, you came here today and declared, we don't bow to kings. We don't accept authoritarianism. We don't surrender our democracy. An Indivisible No Surrender Coalition of Fort Bend County, our mantra is no surrender, come to our next meeting because y'all sound good to me. Now, let's go build the movement that wins our country back, because, say it with me, no thrones, no crowns, and no kings. Thank you, Shirley.
All right, as you see there, this one coming to an end there in Sugar Land, Texas. Thanks to our partners there at Fox 26 in Houston for bringing us this rally so we are able to see some of the images that are coming into our newsroom again. So these are these No Kings protests that are happening all around the country. We're trying to keep you updated here on our screens as well, just of some of the places that they're happening. So again, I want to show you this live shot that we have there in Chicago. Again, viewer discretion is advised because there are some challenging signs to try to navigate around as we're doing this. And again, there's another shot that we have in Los Angeles. So as these protests are continuing on all around the country, we'll continue to bring you these live looks and those speakers as they step up as well. So again, as we're continuing to cover here on Live Now, let's go ahead and take this time to revisit the last speaker that was just speaking there as well in Minnesota. I want to put this up on your screen, as this has been a No Kings protest that we have been checking in with throughout the day as well. So there's a lot of things going on in a few of these different cities. We're going to take this time, though, to just listen in for just a second to the last speaker who was just speaking in Minnesota.
Thank you. Fight back, Minnesota, fight back.
You're on this. Yes, we do. Our next performer is Liz Digitali Anderson, and Liz leads Singing for Liberation events across the Twin Cities. They are call and echo community song circles for joy, justice, courage, grief, and liberation, where every voice is welcome. Thank you, Liz, for joining us today.
Y'all are beautiful out there. I'm gonna sing a line and you call.
All right, it does seem like our feet there froze a little bit there out of Minnesota. Let's go ahead, though, and continue on. As we're following some of these updates as well, want to show you again some of the live looks that we have in other places across the country, including Los Angeles right now. This is another one of those No Kings protests. This is a live look there in the city. We know that Los Angeles has been dealing with a lot of protests over the last few days. So we'll continue to keep our eyes here on this shot as well as some of the other places around the country. So we're just listening into some of the sights and sounds of this No Kings protest that's happening in Los Angeles as well. So again, if you aren't aware of what's going on, cities large and small all across the country have all been gathering today for some of these planned protests against the President Trump and his administration. So they have been known as the No Kings demonstrations. The gatherings, though, have been timed for the same day that President Trump will be attending a military parade in Washington, D.C., this to mark the Army's 250th anniversary. Of course, this is all amid some of those heightened tensions with the National Guard troops that have been deployed to Los Angeles to counter ICE protests as well. So we've been in a lot of coverage of these events as they've been going on. So wanted to give you this live look and this live vantage point here, but we also do have to continue on with some of our other top stories that we're following. If you haven't been aware, there was some breaking news earlier this morning after a Minnesota state lawmaker was killed alongside with her husband, and another state senator was also shot with his wife. We've been keeping up with the story from our friends there at Fox 9 in Minneapolis. They're in coverage right now as things are heating up with that manhunt. So we're going to go ahead and go out to some of their coverage. But again, the House leader, Melissa Hortman, was shot and killed in what they're calling targeted attacks on Democratic lawmakers. Let's listen in to some of Fox 9's coverage.
When you got that shelter,
you can keep that mic 6 inches lower.
when you got that order to stay sheltered, stay in place, what did you think of that? Do you remember?
No, I wasn't think of anything. I just recorded and I post on my TikTok and they say, hey, something happened in my neighborhood. Yeah.
Do you remember a couple of years ago someone had told me there had been protests outside her house? Did you remember ever seeing that?
I remember. He remember, I don't.
Okay.
I don't really keep up the news. He do.
Okay. And you said for you, Melissa, I mean, it was kind of cool to have the Speaker of the House, or Speaker of the Minnesota House.
During, I think, 2023, I was trick-or-treating, and I went up to her house, and she was there. I was like, oh, really, this is where you live? And then we took a photo together, and then, I don't know, but the day of the protest, I think it was like 2021, one of my friends who live also nearby her house, she told me that some people knocked on her door and then said they're going to do protests. I don't know what exactly they were protesting, but there was something there.
Did you hear the gunfire?
No, I wasn't. I was still kind of asleep. I heard sirens, but I wasn't sure what was going on because I thought it was like from the highway, but it was just right over there.
Really quiet neighborhood in general, I take it, on this golf course. How are you? What's your mindset now? Are you sad?
I'm a little disappointed on why people are shooting politicians, and I don't know. It's kind of odd for this to happen.
I think people don't necessarily know how to react. It is odd. It's odd, it's scary, it's upsetting, sad. I mean, there's so many emotions, I think, going through a lot of folks today, whether you're a legislator or just a resident, a citizen, and then even differently for those who live near the victims in this case. So just a lot to process. Still looking for the suspect that has not been brought into custody yet. He left on foot from Melissa Hortman's home early this morning. He left on foot. How he got anywhere from there is unclear. We don't know.
Yeah, Paul Bloom, who is in Brooklyn Park, just put in 2:04, so a couple of minutes ago here, that they just got another shelter-in-place bulletin in that area where he is near the golf course. All the phones just went off. Still 3-mile radius. He says the verbiage is the same. So again, shelter in place if you are in that area. It's not a lockdown. You can come and go, but they're asking people just to sort of stay put. There are obviously out there, we've seen them trying to look for any evidence. They just don't want things to be disturbed, or you just never know what small piece of evidence could be where, in a yard or that kind of thing. So just asking people just to kind of stay put while the investigation continues there.
And there's that location, the Green Isle location, and of course the Minneapolis location. A lot of stuff going on as they try to track down this guy. And then of course we have these protests that the governor had asked, and the state police had asked people not to attend, but a lot of people did anyway. These are no kings, anti-Trump type protests that in some cases are going on anyway. The big one was at the Capitol. That should be about over by now, I would think.
I would think so, although it sounds like there were still quite a few people there, according to our reporters. And then we have another reporter who says they're looking at one in Minnetonka that's pretty massive, easily hundreds of people there. So not everybody's paying attention to the news, and not everybody gets up and checks social media, and not everybody gets the message. But if you If you are hearing this and you are planning on going out anywhere to a political rally, you're being asked not to do that today.
Meanwhile, we have learned a lot about the suspect. Specifically, Fox 9's Tim Blotz has learned a lot about the suspect in the last hour or so. We're going to go to him now. Tim, can you there's a lot to know about this guy. Can you kind of run down the details for us?
Absolutely, Karen. There really is. And when I give you his background here, I think you're going to see a lot of things perhaps line up to the evidence that we've discovered at the scene that law enforcement is pouring through at the moment. Now, the suspect's name is Vance Luther Bolter. This has been confirmed by the Associated Press through unnamed sources, but this is the person that they're looking for. He's 57 years old, and he has an extensive police security background, okay? He is currently the Director of Security Patrols at Praetorian Guard Security Services here in the Twin Cities. Now, that company's website says that Vance is involved with security situations, or has been, in Eastern Europe, Africa, North America, the Middle East, including the West Bank, southern Lebanon, and the Gaza Strip. He has also worked, according to their website, with the largest U.S. oil refining company, also the world's largest food company based in Switzerland, and the world's largest convenience retailer based in Japan. So he has extensive security backgrounds across the globe. According to his educational background, this is from another website that I found, the Minnesota Africans United website, and he apparently very well served with that organization, that he majored in international relations at St. Cloud State, has his master's in management along with his doctorate in education from Cardinal Stritch University in Milwaukee, which is a very reputable university in the Milwaukee area. Now, here's another interesting point, gals. He was appointed by Governor Walz back in 2016 to serve on the governor's workforce board. That term expired in 2018. He was reappointed in 2019. That term expired in 2023. And you have to understand, in state government, various governors have a lot of advisory boards to help them on various issues that the executive branch of government has to work with. Every governor has these. You know, Dayton had them, Pawlenty had them, Governor Walz certainly has them. And what the governor's workforce board does, it advises the governor on issues with workforce development across the state. And he was a private sector representative appointed to be on that board. Okay, so but his background with this private security company would match to some of the evidence found at the scene. Number one, the black security car that was there that looked very much like a police cruiser, that Ford Explorer with the lights that were still flashing on board, the entire car in black. And also, he would have access to the types of uniforms and equipment that Brooklyn Park police officers described the suspect wearing when they confronted him when he came out the front door of Melissa Hortman's home. Now, the police chief there, Chief Burley, described him wearing a police black uniform with a taser, various other apparatus on, and a badge that he said that looked just like mine at the news conference this morning. In fact, he told all the reporters there at the time that if we were both standing in the same room, you would not know that he was not a police officer. And again, according to the chief, after he engaged with the officers there, shots were exchanged, and sometimes, and Karen, you can speak to this because you've covered so many police news conferences over the years and you're one of our most outstanding crime reporters here in the Twin Cities. Sometimes you have to pay attention to what's not said in these statements. And in this particular news conference statement this morning, he said that they engaged fire with the suspect. Now, missing from that was whether they hit the suspect. We do not know that yet. We do not know whether he is injured, and they have not confirmed that. But they did say that The suspect then fled out the back door and has not been seen since, and that's the subject now of this very intense search that is going on in the Brooklyn Park area. Now, we want you to look, you're seeing some live video right now. This is of the suspect's home in Green Isle. This is from Sky Fox 9. There has been a large police contingent there this morning. We do have cameras on the ground there as well. One of our photographers, Sean Skinner, is there showing the large police presence of his last known address in the Green Isle area. And you can see that area there, the boom camera shot there from the camera, very rural, very extensive. And there you can see some of the, back down on the ground now, some of the law enforcement presence as they gather there to conduct their search. But as far as investigators know at the time, he may still be in that Brooklyn Park area, that 3 square mile quadrant that's been blocked off, where people have been told to stay in their homes with the important instruction that if someone comes to your door wearing a police-looking uniform and they're by themselves, to call 911 immediately and verify that that is in fact a legitimate member of law enforcement. Now, the police chief has instructed, along with Sheriff DeWitt, has instructed all the investigators out at the scene that if they're approaching a home, make sure that you have 2 or more officers so that you can be identified by the homeowner there at the scene. If you do not see that and you live in that perimeter there, make sure that you call 911 and ask for verification of the police-like suspect or person that you see at your door. So very, very important security information that they're putting out there as this active search is still going on. Amy, Karen?
Okay, thanks, Tim. Yes, he's right. The active search is still going on, and where they think the suspect is right now, we're not sure. They're still searching Brooklyn Park. They're still searching in Minneapolis, and now they're searching in Green Isle. So, but they do know who he is, and that suspect, as Tim has been saying, is, been information on him released, and that's that Vance Bolter. So.
Yeah, and Tim, just really quickly, you were, I think, on the air here when we just got this up. Someone put in here, apparently, the New York Times has spoken with the Director of Security Patrols on the website of the security group that that he worked for, and it says, quote, "We drive the same make and model of vehicles that many police departments use in the U.S., according to them." So obviously, as Tim was saying, a lot of these pieces are starting to come together a little bit more here on the access, the knowledge, him being sort of in the flow of the legislature and understanding the vulnerabilities there on that end of things as well. So we have that Green Isle active scene right now, which again, we don't know what's happening there, but we just know that law enforcement is present in armored vehicles.
And the Bloomington Bomb Squad.
And the Bloomington Bomb Squad.
Is there.
Yes. And so we have that scene that we were just showing you. The other really couple, Brooklyn Park, want to keep mentioning, as Tim was saying, shelter in place there.
All right, as you see there, we were just getting an update again from some of our partners there at Fox 9 in Minneapolis. They've been in continuous coverage over the last few hours, as we do now know about the suspect who has been identified, accused of shooting and killing Melissa Hortman. She was the Speaker of the House there in the Minnesota state legislature, and she was killed earlier today alongside her husband, another state lawmaker as well, Senator John Hoffman, and his wife were also shot multiple times. Again, that manhunt for that suspect is still underway at this point. We'll continue to keep monitoring this story and checking in with our partners there at Fox 9 throughout the afternoon, especially as we continue to get new updates. All right, we are going to take this time to slide away for a 2-minute commercial break. Stay right here with us on Live Now from Fox, as our coverage of all of these live events is continuing, including these No Kings protests that are happening all across the country. We've been showcasing some of these live vantage points, this one out of Seattle. And so we've been seeing some speakers step up to the microphone as well there. And I want to showcase another shot that we have. This one out of Chicago, Illinois. We've been keeping up with this one as well, as this protest has been marching through the downtown streets there in the Windy City for about an hour and a half, 2 hours at this point. And we're also getting a shot You know we've been checking in there with Los Angeles throughout the week as they have had many protests, but this No Kings one also happening there in LA. Let's go ahead and take the time to step away for a 2-minute commercial break. Also want to remind you, as we are covering some of these protests, that viewer discretion is advised. Some of the shots and the signs can be not so favorable. We're going to do our best to keep those off of your screen. Let's slide away for a 2-minute commercial break. Thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. Again, for the last few hours, and what we're going to continue to do throughout the day is keep you updated with some of these live feeds that are coming into our newsroom, particularly as these No Kings protests are happening all across the country. I want to showcase this aerial footage that we have there in Los Angeles. You can really see the number of people who have turned out to take to the streets there, a part of the No Kings protests. They're happening in all 50 states, cities both large and small. And so we've been seeing speakers step up to the microphone in different parts of the country. We're going to be heading out to Seattle in just a second, but I also want to quickly show you, we've been watching the marches that